Good afternoon to you all, DRBMiller here. How's everybody doing? I hope you're all healthy, safe and well, staying at home, enjoying your favourite video games and indeed not socialising with your friends and relatives. We are in the middle of yet another escalation of the pandemic, so that is the best way to tackle it. Staying at home, doing your video games, not socialising face to face and doing what you love doing the best from the safety of your own home. We have some news on Destiny today, which I will read out in a moment, but first of all I want to thank everyone who came yesterday, everyone who participated in our stream. It was a lengthy stream of Destiny, so probably the lengthiest we've had in a number of months, and you know that we've gone back to Destiny 2 as the game arrived to the Xbox Game Pass. We've had it since Tuesday, but in fact I was only able to access it since Wednesday due to some issues here in the UK with server access. So we really had a couple of very good Shadowkeep streams here on my channel. We are progressing rapidly forward towards the completion of that DLC and in anticipation of Beyond Light that also will be featuring on Xbox Game Pass immediately as it arrives on the 10th of November. We are all very excited about its arrival here on Xbox, and we talked quite a bit about this yesterday with some of our community veterans, so if you were here with us you would have seen some of those conversations taking place. It was definitely very interesting and very rewarding to hear from some of our friends in the US. 2 or 3 of them I've not heard from for quite a while, and I was rather concerned that perhaps there was an issue which is pandemic related. I did have a number of emails from junior friends in the US indicating that they're disconnected from the internet and they've had basically suffered tremendously on the economic front due to the pandemic so they were not able to participate with forums as much as we had in the past, and so I was very sad to learn of some of those incidents, but other members are still there and therefore we can connect and discuss all that is Destiny related. We're very excited about the new expansion. Equally, I'm personally very happy with what I've seen here on Xbox Game Pass. I think the game has been somewhat enhanced for the next gen. Looks and feels a bit sharper, a bit clearer, a bit punchier compared to the other Xbox download which I had on my console prior to this Tuesday, and I'm loving it so far. There was a slight glitch yesterday on the cursor, when you are having your direction pointed on the screen and the markers were not kind of popping up and disappearing in one section of Shadowkeep, which was a bit confusing, but I'm not sure whether this was intentional for us to be able to find the right route or whether it was just a glitch, but that was just the minor issue that popped up yesterday. Otherwise everything was absolutely perfect. So we had some news from Bungie. You've heard that one of the concept art developers sadly died during the last couple of weeks, and Destiny had dedicated a small mini mission to this member. So if you are accessing it, please keep this person in your thoughts, because Destiny Bungie team is very large. We work very hard every single day, 365 days a week, a year, to provide us with the very best quality content, and we enjoyed their works already for more than 7 years, and in order to show respect we need to really engage with the mission and then keep this person in our thoughts. So they said that the weather was changing, and I guess it is all about Europa and the arrival of Europa later in the year on the 10th of November within the new expansion Beyond Light, and they're asking us whether we can feel that chill and that difference in the air, and they're asking us to prepare for somewhat colder climate because the novelties will be rising in November, and Europa will have no sympathy for any unprepared guests, I guess us. So you might want to come with a weapon or two, because frigid storms aren't the only danger to be found here. Don't be afraid though, an old friend will be waiting for your arrival. So if you want to find out more, you need to access the video which they released. It's on Bungie's website, and you can simply access it and have a look at everything that is there. So they say the weather may be brutal, but that will not stop you from exploring this frontier. Take a look at the map of Europa and be sure to check the Bungie's most recent weather forecast. So now you have less than 7 weeks to get ready. Do not get caught out in the cold without a plan. November the 10th is coming quick, and everybody's very eager to see how long you are going to be able to survive. So they said earlier this week, which is what we already acknowledged, Forsaken and Shadowkeep became available on Xbox Game Pass, and also with Beyond Light on the way, there is no better time to gear up and get acquainted with what's going on in the world of Destiny. That also applies in particular to those sections that will be disappearing in November, 4 planets, and the content which is associated will go to the vault. So if you really want to be revisiting, reacquainting, finding out more, you are going to be able to do that before the 10th of November. If you are on Xbox, if you're perhaps new to the game, absolutely head to those planets first and make sure you complete all the missions, because once they disappear, they will not be accessible for a while, and we really still have to wait and see on what Bungie are going to be doing with the vault, whether this is to be provided on a separate server, whether this is going to be delivered in a concept of Destiny archives. We are not sure at present, but the new content is definitely arriving, and the space is being liberated for that indeed to be safely stored literally from that day on the November the 10th. So they said, first of all, there were a few housekeeping notes for Guardians for being freshly brought into the Cosmodrome. I mean, first of all, you need to have a full download, and that's the download that you will need to do of the Xbox Game Pass. That will give you the high-res version as well as those DLC expansions. All of them are in the full-fledged format. You'll be able to access every single section. But what you will not be able to access is the premium seasonal content. You get some of it, but not all of it. If you want to play this recent season, you will need to be subscribing to it, and that's outside of the actual Game Pass access. So the other thing is they prepared a very, very good checklist for everybody who's new, and you can access this on Bungie.net. So it's like a big help article for everyone who is perhaps a newbie, a new Guardian here in our community. Our help forums are also available at any time, and you can just easily explore them through various threads on Reddit and Twitter. So let me have a look. I think they will be throwing in another Iron Banner on the 29th of September, I think. No, actually I'm quite wrong. They said they are going to be announcing a few novelties between the 22nd of September and the November the 10th. So first of all, they're featuring some double ordeal loot on Lake of Shadows. It means that we'll double up on our experience points and everything else, which was in fact visible yesterday as I was doing the expansion. And this week Drift has been upping also a few bits with triple infamy. Next week Lord Saladin will return with triple valor, themed weapons and armor, and his pinnacle power bounty rewards. I mean, I've done this already a few times, I'm not particularly excited or hot on it, but for anyone who's new, and the reason that they keep repeating it is that they want the new members to be collecting the same gear, is going to be equally exciting. So do not go thinking away it will be easy to basically snatch some of the loot. Control is the name of the game, and power is enabled. If you haven't risen through the Pinnacle band yet, you may find yourself facing a raid boss or two on the other team. And the Iron Banner will be starting, that was correct actually earlier, because I double checked that earlier on today, 29th of September 2020, 10 o'clock AM Pacific, so that is 8 hours later in the UK, so we're talking about 6 o'clock PM on that Tuesday, and it will end on the 6th of October, so not really particularly a lengthy session as you could see, and there is a lot to be done there with the Iron Banner. The quests are fairly arduous and lengthy. You will need to be grinding quite a bit in order to get to your armor, which is the reward right at the end. And once you get it, the armor will be seen like a premium type of armor that you would have had, and you can also infuse it and up the power levels in order to make it more powerful. Do remember to use customization with modding, with the energy and everything else. I know that we have plenty of different pieces here to use, but you can select maybe between half dozen and dozen of your favorite pieces, and that will include armor and weapons, and then you can customize them to your own satisfaction. And just remember, once you are customizing them to the hilt, you are going to be able to still increase the power level as we carry on with the game. I'm not sure what the power levels are going to be for the new members if they just joined and they started on the Warlock or any of the other characters. But they'll start with 750 or 1000. I've not tried it yet, but we are going to be doing 2 other characters as soon as we complete the Shadowkeep expansion. So that will be also quite exciting. We'll be able to have a run on our Hunter, which is in fact voted the most popular character in Destiny. We've seen that recently as we've had a couple of tournaments and everyone was playing Hunters because Hunter is the kind of preferred character when it comes to PvP. We know it full well from the Crucible and Gambit, and there were so many Hunters in there. I think they were beating all the other characters by maybe 30%, and that is what will be happening here. So I'm really looking forward to engaging with the story missions right from the beginning. So Destiny 2 in its entirety on other 2 characters. But before then, we are going to be doing our expansion Shadowkeep here in full, and I really look forward to that. I mean, so far it's been really good, lots of interesting activities, and I've got to say I really disagree with people who are telling us that going back to the moon was a fluke, that the moon was just imported in order to make it on the cheap. I really don't feel like this. I feel the planet's been reworked. We have maybe 75% of the planet that previously was not accessible, some very deadly atmospheric and eerie underground tunnels, catacombs and various other areas. Plenty to do, lots of nasty enemies, many different battles in there. In fact, yesterday towards the end of our quest we had to be running away from the waves of enemies that were popping up in catacombs, and in fact the way out of there was simply by running and knowing that I was presenting the expansion to our new friends and people on Xbox. I wanted to, show off a bit of the action, so instead of just racing through it, I went through the waves of combat, and I was not able to finish on the combat front and get out because it is a kind of activity created for a multiplayer, for a team of 3. So if you are to be doing it, just remember bringing 2 of your friends, because then you can be not just legging it and racing away from everyone, but actually tackling all the bosses and enemies. They're very tricky because some of the bigger guys, the yellow enemies, the knights, will come after you. Behind them, they're the exploding thralls, the nasty greeny ones that got acidic heads. So if you're not careful enough, as soon as you've sorted the big knight, these guys will chase you and they will explode very close to you. They come in very large numbers, and I have to say they were not that vulnerable to some of my weapons. So it's 2 different ways about it, but it was very enjoyable. And don't forget, Shadowkeep really upped the pace with lots of combat sequences. We have the altars on the moon, which is very similar to Escalation Protocol. Obviously we got that one on Mars, and if you really wanted to have a good warm-up, you can try Escalation Protocol or the altars, or you can go to Gambit and you will be warming up literally within seconds. So with Beyond Light on fast approach, it's time to shift our TWAB gears a little. So they said today Bungie are going to be talking us through some of the back-end changes that will be occurring on November the 10th. So to guide us through this process, they'll be passing the mic to the Destiny Engineering Director, David Aldridge. So I don't want to bore you with technical details, but if there's something in there, they really indicated they worked on illumination. So you will find that some of the areas are differently lit, and I can absolutely vouch for this. I played the catacombs yesterday and they were absolutely beautifully done. I could see every single detail within that sort of dark sphere, previously not always visible. I had to be adjusting my brightness. It tells me that they really tweaked it for the next gen console coming out in November, and it just the whole lighting everywhere seemed much more advanced. It was adjusted to what is to follow, so I really appreciated it. And you will know from my recent broadcast that I've got a brand new setup here with Sony Bravia 55-inch monitor, and it's absolutely fantastic because the resolution is second to none, the best ever. I've never seen such good revolution. Well, I've seen some revolutions, but I've never seen such good resolution on my own home setup, and it's been a true joy to be going through the motion of Shadowkeep yesterday and during this week. And also it applies to other games, let's not forget. Red Dead Redemption 2 looked, mouth-watering. The landscapes there when you're riding your horse, that was just really incredible. But the same thing applies to Destiny panoramic views as well. So they really said that, well, I don't want to really go through all the technical details. They changed the scripting environment, which means the enemies will come across as different. Some of those will appear to be a bit more difficult, and I think if you are walking through particularly the moon, you'll find that the enemies that are not quest related will appear to be easy to neutralize. But once you get into the area of the quest, you are facing the same enemies, but they will be a lot more difficult to kill. And keep this in mind, because it may be a nasty surprise if you are trying to race or get a very good score, because even the red bar enemies will require on some of the weapons maybe 5 or 6 shots. So that's basically what I observed, and they confirmed here, through their postings on the Bungie website. And they also said they are repatching the overall size, and with vaulting of some of the content, they will get the overall downloads to about 40% less. And they did say that with Beyond Light we'll have to yet again download the whole game, and I think that's to do with the new consoles coming out and the new version being obviously already tweaked for a much better quality resolution, 60 frames per second, and everything else that'll come together with it. But being brightly lit and having a different lighting present everywhere really does make a big difference if you are playing the game on a top-notch television set. And you'll get proper cinema black, which means there's no greyish or bluish undertones in some of those darkened areas, and you'll be able to see every single bit, particularly if you need to be collecting some of the items. There aren't that many. It's not really a classical RPG. Most of the times it's automated. You pick up some ammunition and some other gear, but still quite important to see some of the items that are semi-hidden, and if they were really completely darkened up, then it'd be very easy to miss out on any of those. And let me see, just want to reiterate, they said it several times, everyone needs to be prepared for the overall new downloads of the game prior to the 10th of November. So they're hoping to make it accessible for preloads on the 8th and the 9th, 48 hours in advance. So you really need to be checking the servers on Sunday and Monday before the game is released, and don't download it all. You will know that, first of all, if you are on fast broadband like myself, it'll take quite a while, probably anything between 4 to 6 hours of the actual download, depending on the servers and the time when you are pursuing it. And then the other thing is the actual storage space on your console. You must make sure that you liberate, I'd say probably around 100 gigs, in order to accommodate the patches and all the other things that will come together with it. And then that will be sorted. They really want to make sure that everyone is preloaded prior to the 10th, and then they'll be kicking off literally from the word go. And for all of us here on the Xbox Game Pass Ultimate subscription, we are getting the entire content free of charge, and obviously it's part of our regular monthly subscription fee. I recommend it to everyone, and I said it many times. Xbox Game Pass is the biggest new thing that is expanding and will be tied in and offered through the new console, Project X, and we are going to be getting many more new games on that subscription fee, which is flat $10.99 in the UK per month. And if you think about it, let's say if it comes together to about £130 a year, it is a tiny little investment compared to, let's say, us purchasing 10 of those AAA blockbusters in the course of the same year. That would have been costing us £1,000 roughly, with all the expansions and seasonal content and all else. So you can see that the actual value is fairly tremendous, and I really applaud Microsoft for both making it accessible to us all, comprising all the services into one, and most importantly making it easy for us to play their proprietary games and AAA blockbusters on a flat fee. And that always has been an issue for me, as I'm an avid gamer and a collector. I have very many games, but I never, very rarely buy them in advance or near their release date for the monetary reasons. If you are playing hundreds of games, then you would need to be a multimillionaire to be buying them all in advance. And we know really that the cost could be spiraling out of control quite rapidly if we are hooked on that sort of premiere on the day of its release. Very quickly looking at all other details. Well, I don't think there are... Oh yeah, there's one very big thing. I always thought that in Destiny we didn't have enough customization on the Guardians' faces, right? And there have been some complaints coming in from the community, and I think particularly if you look at the games like Anthem or I'm trying to think, I was doing something else. What was it? I can't actually... Oh yeah, I remember. It was Black Desert Online. The kind of finite types of customization that you get there, every single detail on the face inclusive of expressions and scars and camouflage and all sorts, are so advanced that you can literally build a character that looks exactly like you. And I think everyone in Destiny community wants to have something similar in here, as the faces were offered within, it was 6 or 10 different types of standard types of facial features that otherwise you would see without any in-depth adjustments that were accessible to the player. So that is changing. With Beyond Light we'll have a full facial customization, and I guess they'll go down the route of Black Desert, meaning you can literally customize every single bit. How big is your knee, how big is your ankle, that sort of thing. And I think that's very good. That's very good, as we are living in a existing ever-evolving world of Destiny, and if we are spending hundreds or thousands of hours in that world, then we also want to be having the character that either looks like us or is tailored to our satisfaction in terms of everything, from the appearance, facial features, types of armor they wear, and the weaponry and all else. You know, we want to have the character to be 100%, and that's the idea behind the requests that were coming in. As you can see, my character in there looks incredible, and I've used my exotic helmet yesterday, increased the power level to 1001, and it's just absolutely awesome that I can have my character done to my full satisfaction. And also the capacity to change colors, shapes, do all sorts already is very, very advanced. But I think the facial features, you know, the faces, that was absent compared to everything else. I was astonished in Anthem by the number of things you could do to the actual outfit. It was every single detail, every single bit of that outfit that you could adjust. And not really everyone's cup of tea. It does take a bit of time, but if you are a dedicated fan of the Javelin suits, then you want them to be, I guess, done to your satisfaction. And as you are progressing and evolving in the game, you may want to be changing the way they look. So that is definitely very, very beneficial. You know, some people like producing funky outfits in order to attract other community members once they're in a social space, in order to get them into the fire teams, maybe some conversations online about other unrelated things, and generally in order to attract attention, to make friends. And I think this is a very, very good way of doing it. On the other hand, you will have people who are quite hot on taking screenshots, like myself. So you will want to have a beautiful looking outfit positioned correctly in an environment where you have a fantastic panoramic landscape and it looks awesome. Again, you take a screenshot, you share it either on Xbox Live or PlayStation app, or you can share it on Twitter and Facebook and all the other social networking forums, Instagram, and then you'll be attracting others who are sharing the same interest. I have to say, if I'm to be comparing, the most popular screenshots are on Xbox Live and related game forums. You have lots of people watching those, and that's because they're fully integrated on all platforms. You can be double checking them on your phone, you can be picking them up on your laptop or tablet, you can be watching them obviously blown up to the full screen size on your TV, and that makes a big difference because people who are watching screenshots and looking at what others are doing on all these platforms combined will then have a much greater number of participants coming in, offering likes, talking to others and hooking up. That's sadly, and I have to say yet again, sadly not the case with PlayStation. I find generally PlayStation to be lagging behind very seriously in terms of that social interactivity, although the console is phenomenal in terms of the graphics and the games on offer, but when it comes to the way it comprises all the other platforms, the way it accesses the information, the way it connects with the gamers, it's way behind, I'm afraid, and it will be very, very visible once the new consoles come out, because Xbox already prepared a new system through which people will be able to instantly connect with others, both in games and through Xbox Game Pass in particular, and that will be definitely very, very exciting. So I think that's probably it. Yes, it is. It was a message from David Aldridge, and he is one of the senior members of Bungie's development team. So these are the news as far as Destiny news are concerned for today. But obviously what we'll do now is we'll simply crack on with what we like doing the best, and that is our Destiny 2 gameplay. So get ready for a lot more action, which is to follow. I just want to remind our friends and people who just joined us on various platforms that presently we are going through Shadowkeep. We are doing the full DLC with everything that it involves, and we are going to be proceeding with the last of those bosses. Yesterday we eliminated 2. The third one is still there, left standing for us to get fully engaged and resolve. So that's going to be the first step, but before we do that we need to do some admin. So we'll need to go back to the tower, look at our gear, stash some of the loot, and make sure we are fully equipped and ready with our bounties for all of our activities in Destiny Universe. In fact, yesterday I picked up a few more bounties from Zavala and Banshee, and then it turned out that these were not necessary, because we have up to 12 bounties on the moon as well, which appear to be a bit like premium bounties. You get better quality experience points and you are collecting then better loot. So therefore today we'll refrain from the usual ones and we'll collect those on the moon, because my viewers and Destiny fans will say, well, why is he not collecting anything from Zavala? He always does it every single day. Well, not really. We're not going to do it today because yesterday I had to delete a few as the other ones appear to be superior, although some are quite grindy. So I advise you to be doing the altars if you want to be chasing some of those, and it's always the best way of doing it, you know, with half a dozen other guys and with lots of enemies popping up, and therefore you can get the scores quite quickly. Otherwise, if you're doing the usual, like with patrols and adventures, it will take you a little while. I have to say the altar activities on the moon are terrific, among some of my favourite that have been created so far. The concept is identical to Escalation Protocol, but you really need that big team of 6 at least in order to complete it, because you have, I think, six levels, and it is certainly it does take a bit of time. Well, you can see as to why they want to be downsizing the content. We have very, very lengthy loading periods here on Xbox Game Pass, and yesterday sometimes it was even a couple of minutes. So I think the thinking behind the reduction of the content, liberating up to 40% of the space, is also connected to the speeds, because the last thing they want is for people to play Destiny on Xbox Project X, the new console, and then experiencing serious delays. The new console, you've seen probably on the video documentaries, will have a much faster loading speed, and they were presenting it with the Outer Worlds on one of the videos, and you could really tell that whilst on Project X the loading was literally in seconds, anything between 10 to 15 seconds. On my Xbox One we would have been loading for about a minute, so it's a significant difference really if you are doing a game which is high paced, requiring a lot of attention and speed. Alright, let's see what we've got here with our friend Postmaster. Look at this crowd, my goodness, everyone's busy. In fact, I'll take a screenshot of the chaps. They're all there. Ah, everyone's gone. As if they knew. I guess they don't like being photographed. Right, so these ones, most of them will have to be deleted. All of them are within that range. And we're picking up very many of these. Oh, Essence of Failure. Cleansing the essence will grant a piece of gear, complete patrols, public events, etc, etc. So this is what we need to do. So it's our quest step. These ones we'll get rid of. How come that we don't have enough space for those engrams? What's going on? Currents cure. I think I just deleted some silver dust stupidly. Doesn't matter, I have plenty of it already. You know, the old ones we don't really need. Maybe we'll need these. Okay, and then what's this? Oh, that's another quest step. Essence of Isolation. Right, so we go back to our friend Master Rahul. And then hopefully we are going to be able to get some better quality loot from these engrams. Let's see.
What can I do for you, Warlock?
We'll have 1004 chest piece, that's good. And then this one. Helmet as well. Okay, so let's just quickly go back. Have a look at these. That chest piece is a bit more powerful than the one I've got. That's for certain. You never know what you're going to find. So let me see. What's it going to look like? I'm not that keen on this one, I've got to admit. But you know what? Future War Cult. Okay. The gloves I'm wearing. Simulator gloves.
The right key.
So what can we do? I guess we can just infuse, that's all. Cool, so we've got it there. That is Scorned Baron Robes. They've gone up to 1004.
Speak to me not of the darkness.
Quite like the idea. High-minded complex. We probably would need to do that as well. I need to purchase one of the upgrade modules, I think. Because I've just used one of these, let me just double check, but I'm quite certain that that's the score. This is my favorite helmet, you know, this one. You can see the entire Destiny universe inside of my head. So that's pretty good. Yeah, I need to purchase that one. Alright, so that will do. And
we live in dangerous times, Guardian. I hope you have something for me that might help you make it safe.
Right, we need to get some more engrams from him. That is the next need to do.
Hi there. Sign please. Acknowledged.
Oh, we've got some extras in there as well.
Goodbye.
Or did I do a mistake? I don't think I did.
What can I do for you, Warlock?
Hang on a minute.
Hey, you shut off the power for a second. Let's get it done quick so we can end their shift.
Okay.
Yeah, this one can go in the vault.
Guardian, by all means. Let's get started.
Okay. We'll do this. We want to have some space in order to collect stuff as we are proceeding with combat. So, let me see, what do we put in the vault? Sniper rifle, long shadow. We don't need that. I want to keep my snipers as my secondary, you know, generally. And Never got used to having the old Destiny secondaries as my primary. That's just, you get a different kind of mindset when you keep picking up these in the wrong slot. Yeah, this one we want to put in there, and this one maybe. So I mean, I can't understand. I got like Dream Beam Bond twice. Don't really need it. I've got need to get the other ones, the other pieces of armor.
Guardian, what puzzles do you build?
Right, so I think we'll go to the moon. We are ready. New bounties in here because we need space. Just have a look at the view. I've got to say, when I'm watching you Bravia set up, this panoramic view is just astonishing. It is incredible. I'm impressed and so in awe of the design. I can see every single detail, which is sort of amplified compared to my previous setup. Let's take a nice screenshot of the panoramic view, and then we'll go to the moon. Mind you, I better have a look at asks if there is anything else for us to collect. No, there isn't. Okay, quests. We picked up these. Yep, that's right. So we'll have Essence of Greed. Right, Essence of Failure, Essence of Isolation, Essence of Vanity. Oh, we need to get that Horned Wreath. Does anyone know where that Horned Wreath is? I couldn't work out yesterday where it was. Nightmares Defeated. Right, so we'll just, that all seems fine. And what we'll do is we'll just go to the moon. We'll go to the moon. Destinations. There we are. Off to the moon. Let's get ready for some more action, shall we? As you could see, this is the area that we'll need to visit. We'll mark it. And then we'll go to Soros Harbor. Oh no, that's wrong. We want to go to Eris and we want to pick up some bounties. Nearly forgot about it. I used to forget this, you know, once I was doing Destiny 1. It was easy to forget, but that's not been the case of late. Once you get into your regular daily drill, then everything becomes easier, and you do exactly the same thing. Before you start out with your missions, you do your admin, collect your bounties, sort out your kit, depart, and then towards the end, once you've finished everything, you do exactly the same. So you always sort it. That's very important. That's one of the things with looters and shooters. There's always a lot of admin to do. And I know that some people who like FPS are not that keen on doing it, because it's not just all about collecting scores. You do get that sometimes in the games like Call of Duty Warzone, as they really made it into a complex, customized battle royale, and you collect lots of different items and up your levels and get all sorts as you carry on with your matches. But you'll find sometimes that people don't bother with customization and, you know, everything that's there, the inventory. I think Warzone and also Ghost Recon, they really lead the industry with a number of things that you can be picking up and customizing. I like it, really. Don't forget, if you have a team, you want to strategize, you want to be defeating others, you'll be all down to the, well, first of all, knowledge and skill, and then customization. Because if you have customization on all 4 characters that are top-notch and making sure that you're more powerful than others, as well as being able to access some special weapons or skills, like for instance the landmines or certain explosives or certain kinds of traps, they're very, very useful, and you know, not really worth ignoring those, got to admit. Okay, so we'll go back to Eris. We'll pick up some of the bounties. looks like I've got these. Okay.
Stay out
Then
of
we
the
need to
shadows.
have a look at these, maybe. Maybe we can pick up some of those. No, we got all of these. Okay. Not enough space. Why? Oh, they've reduced it. They've reduced it. It was bigger than this before. Yeah. Okay, we'll get rid of some of these. We don't actually want or need any of these. It's Nightfall Champions. And then where is this one? So it will give us a bit more space for 3 of these bounties. Remember to pick up your bounties, they're very important. 1, 2, 3. And that's about it. That's enough for now, I think. We have plenty of those. See it again.
The city's walls are not shelter. They are a mask to cover our fear.
Well, the first activity is going to be that last boss. So, make no mistake, that will be hectic. And we'll go there straight away. We already marked it on our map.
You're all incessant.
To quickly see what we need to do. This is defeating Nightmare, so that's easy. Okay, so that's easy. That's easy, Orbs of Light. Defeating Streaks, maybe less easy. Rapidly defeated. Use the use of arc weapons. Okay, we need to pay attention to this. Grenades, they're used very frequently. Fallen. Chests. 5 chests, okay. And this one already is rapidly defeated. Fine, we've got several of these nightmares. These are the leftovers from yesterday, so we'll try to complete them as soon as possible for them not to disappear. Okay, that's all very good. So, where do we need to go? Oh, over there. Get our sparrow. And no trouble. How's everyone today? We've had a very drizzly, rainy day yesterday. Carried on throughout the night, but today I have to say it's very nice and pleasant. Beautiful sunshine, clear skies, all looking nice and bright. Looking forward to my dinner and you know, my usual stroll to the nature reserve. That's going to be cool. Really worried about the next lockdown because we have really a very nasty, very major increase of the new cases in the UK, and some new measures were introduced the other day, yesterday to be precise, and well, they were announced at the beginning of the week, but they came into force yesterday. And I'm worried about yet another full lockdown taking place if the pandemic regrettably carries on with the same sort of pace, and very worried about that, because then it would mean that we can't go out again. But you know, I'm sorted here with my new setup. I really can be spending several years here in isolation if need be. But I do need my daily stroll, and I need my freshly cooked food every day. That is of essence. Right, so that's where it is. Look at this. Look at this. 3 of them are there. 3 of those guardians. So this is very annoying. We didn't expect this wizard to be affecting us. Nor did we have... Yeah, okay. No, he's not bothering at the moment. Let's see what it says. The Nightmare cometh. Defeat the 3 remaining Nightmare bosses to collect the essences: the essence of fear, the essence of isolation, and the essence of pride. Each piece of Dreambane armor crafted is another step closer to entering the pyramid and searching within for anything that can help stave off the impending threat Ikora has warned us about. Well, that was the big battle yesterday, and I had a bit of difficulty with the marker not popping up, you know, the direction marker, and I sort of walked around a bit in order to find where Ikora was, but then on my second loading it worked, and then it was easy. So it was a slight glitch really, that turned out to be equally annoying. And we found a core, we heard all about the pyramids, and now we need to complete the last mission. Sure, everyone noticed these lengthy loading periods on Xbox Game Pass. They're significantly lengthier compared to other platforms. Not sure what the reason is, but you'll see that these are taking time. Some of them longer than a minute. But you know, temperatures dropped as well. It's no longer warm. It's about 6 degrees last night. And when I walked back, it was quite nippy. Didn't have my gloves, and it felt like proper autumn was indeed here with us. And I just looked it up, and it says it's 12 degrees outside. So that rain really refreshed it quite seriously. And right, Hunt the Nightmare of Fogoth.
Destruction that knew no bounds. Thus, Fogoth, the Untamed, was created to enact the will of evil upon all. Were he to have succeeded, we might not stand here today. Fogoth is fear incarnate. There's no nightmare more fitting for the pyramid to bring forth, and no nightmare more fitting for you to slaughter.
I need to work out whether my sniper will be needed. Oh yeah, we'll pick this up. Tattered blood and broken bone. Always collect these, remember that. They're in all sorts of places, slightly remote sometimes, semi-hidden as well. But I've spotted about half dozen so far, I think. Oh. Nightmare Thrall. Just chuck this grenade. Well, this was fast. This hand cannon is awesome. If you're wondering what the weapon is, it's an exotic hand cannon, has explosive rounds and has really kind of some good perks. Sunshot. So I was able to eliminate sometimes even 2 or 3 enemies at once because of the rounds. And it says here, Sunburn, this weapon fires explosive rounds and highlights targets that take damage from Sunshot. So definitely a very good weapon. Highly recommend it. Been using it quite a bit since we returned back to Destiny 2. I know I keep harping on about my setup, but it's so great to be able to see Destiny on such a massive big screen, and I'm kind of quite far away from it. You know, it's like 4 meters away from the screen, and it still feels massive. And the movement is like so smooth compared to my old setup. You know, I remember telling you about sometimes feeling a bit dizzy when I was playing PvP and FPS. And that's just long gone. In here, the movement is so smooth, it's just absolutely fantastic. It's really placid and the way it should be. There's not any form of irritation. Mind you, I've not really been hammering PUBG or Warzone. We'll test that as well at some point. Not here during my broadcast, but I'll try them just to find out whether it's exactly the same. But I think it should be. Oh, we've got somebody else coming. Let me see what our friends are saying in there. Just a second, need to eliminate this nightmare. Oh, Playmore here. Hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. and Playmer saying, "Hi Daniel, hope you're doing well. What tweaks have you made to the setup?" Well, it is more to do with the way my setup is kind of done here where I am, and I have a new TV, which is Sony Bravia 55-inch that has absolutely fantastic pristine resolution, beautiful colors, huge illumination, and the quality graphics that I'm getting now are second to none. So that is the major difference. Also, it has its own 6-speaker surround system with subwoofer. I'm not using it whilst I'm doing the broadcast because I use my headphones, but you know, being able to watch everything on a massive big screen, also from a distance, makes a big difference, because I usually play my games standing, and doing it on my previous setup was somewhat uncomfortable, as sometimes I couldn't see all the enemies and due to the screen size. So it's a major improvement, enhancement that I've been cherishing, you know, from the moment it arrived. And really revisiting Destiny has been almost, I wouldn't say like playing a new game, but much more immersive. You know, I became like an active participant in the world, and I can see every single detail. So that's the major change. And Playmore says that will be amazing for Destiny 2. Absolutely. I mean, I can't put into words, you know, the difference in quality graphics. It's extraordinary. I actually have been recommending, if you recall, during my broadcast, to everyone to get either Panasonic or Sony Bravia. And the reason for that is simple. These are the TV sets that produce the best cinema black, and it's ideal for Blu-ray quality images and for consoles. So when you're looking at the Catacombs, sadly you will not be able to see that on my stream, because the stream is unfortunately still under massive duress due to the problems with, you know, non-fiber internet provided in that area. But I guess it does come across on a stream. I'm just looking at it on my tablet as well, as much sharper to what I had before. And the main reason for that is the new version of Destiny, which they launched on Xbox Game Pass, that's actually already tweaked for the next gen. So you really can see that the areas are differently illuminated. The lighting's been changed literally throughout the whole game, and also they have you know, upped the pace on the resolution quality. So they're really ready for 10th of November when the Project X comes out, and I'm really loving it. And like you said, having panoramic views, being able to get in the catacombs to see every single detail when it's pitch black made a big difference. And both here in Destiny, and I'm quite certain in Ghost Recon, in PUBG, in Apex and all the other shooters, it'll be of tremendous value. PUBG in particular, you will know that in PUBG you see those enemies in distance, and you really need to spot them early. If they are, for instance, properly entrenched or camping or with good snipers, then they see you before you see them, purely in terms of the actual screen size. And I did experience that a few times, but I knew they saw me not due to the internet speed, but just because they had a bigger screen, you know? They were able to define the dot which appeared to be me. And needless to say, I got eliminated, you know, good sniper shot, like a headshot, and I was gone. Because I like camping sometimes, and I'm in a prone position and they spot me, I'm dead. So, sad but true. How are you, sir? How is everything out there? We are facing this other very harsh lockdown by the looks of it, and everyone is you know, very concerned about what is to follow, because the figures are going up. Like yesterday was really the worst number really we've had altogether, and I fear that this is just the first step towards another major full national lockdown that is likely to be you know, likely to be occurring. And there isn't going to be any other way if lots of people are, you know, catching the virus. That's unfortunately the fact, and really sad to hear this. In my local area of Hertfordshire, you know, East Hertfordshire to be precise, we don't have really that degree of contagion. We are really fairly stable with the numbers, and we are not really that incredibly populated compared to well, you know, the usual sort of suburbia, London suburbia, and still very important to keep safe, to keep away from social contact, and generally adhere to all the rules, you know, the wearing of masks and headwear as well as everything else. And so, you know, it's been tough really. And Playmo says, things are all good here, thanks. Keeping myself and the family safe. Run my own design agency from home, so I've been very lucky. Well, as you could see, the number of people who are working from home today, which also is stimulated by the government, has been a rapid increase, and I think in a medium term, certainly within the next 18 to 36 months, it will bring a complete overhaul of the working kind of workplace environment, as I think the employers are realizing there are many benefits which are not necessarily any financial when it comes to people working from home, and you know, from subcontracting, outsourcing, to having part of your workforce working from home, which may be productive for those companies, but just on the other hand, you know, in the area where I live, which is London suburbs, there's going to be a serious problem for the kind of transportation industries. You'll have a major number of people commuting dropping, and there will be no revenue coming. And they already complained that during the recent months there's only less than 10% of the usual kind of traffic that they would get on public transport. And I have to say, you know, I watch rush hour trains come in here to my area, and they're just completely empty. And previously, it'd be absolutely, you know, kind of jam-packed full with people not being able even to get a standing space, let alone a seat. So loads of challenges are ahead of us, I'm afraid. But like you said, for anyone working from home, it is a well, it's a tremendous advantage. And most importantly, it's the advantage in order for yourself to be kept safe together with your family. People don't realize that, you know, children and youngsters, they catch virus and they bring it home and they have no symptoms. And not everyone will suffer in the same way. It's a nasty virus that has a kind of a DNA component that's attacking people individually. Sadly, I've heard yesterday from my family that my parents are really very old, and my father heard from his friend who is in his 80s saying that both him and his wife caught the virus, and they went to the hospital and they were there for a few weeks, and he had relatively, I wouldn't say minor symptoms, but not as severe as you would expect considering his age. Sadly, his wife developed very severe symptoms and passed away. And they caught it probably at the same time, and and she was, I think, 10 years younger than him. So it just goes to show that you really, honestly, you cannot tell. And the utmost priority, the priority for everyone needs to be to stay away from the areas where the virus can be transmitted. In other words, to prevent getting it to the best of everyone's ability. And I think in my area, the vast majority of people are very disciplined, but still, even today, 6 months down the line, they underestimate the severity of the threat, the danger, you know? So that really is very much of concern to me. I keep saying to everyone what they need to do, and some people are receptive and some are not. Right, let me just crack on with some action. I'm really itching for some firefights in here. I'd just like to ask you, sir, what are the games that you're currently engaging with, and also on what platforms? I believe you are mainly on a PC. And are there any other games you can recommend? Because I'm really spoiled for choice. I have PlayStation Now and Xbox Game Pass services, and they sort of provide me with access to more than 1,000 games, and I played very many, I have to say, during last year, of all sorts, from quirky indie games like Night Call, which is fantastic, to the AAA blockbusters like you know, A Plague Tale and The Last of Us. And I'm wondering always, is there another game I did not spot yet? Anything I missed? And if so, then please let me know. Our friend from New Zealand was telling me yesterday about 2 or 3 games that I've never heard of, and these were, I believe, quirky puzzle resolving PC games, and he said, well, it's great to revisit, so I'm definitely looking into those. But you see now, this is like fairly dark, but I can see every single detail, so that's the benefit of having a Bravia. Most highly recommend Bravia and Panasonics to everyone. Bravia is probably the very best. Mind you, I like Panasonic as well. I was always betting on Sony and audiovisual. You know, I have the full Sony equipment. Sony Xperia phone, Sony tablet, Sony TV. I had actually Sony amplifier, but I swapped it for Yamaha which is a full kind of home cinema setup. And look at this. Let me see what our friend says. Our friend says, it's such a scary virus in terms of no one is safe. It does not mind who it attacks. Well, there were some early conclusions made in terms of ethnicity and age, and they're turning out to be perhaps not 100% correct, due to the fact that this was happening within the first wave, and people who were at the front line, obviously the ones exposed to the virus, sadly were catching the virus a lot more than other members of our population. So I think as we carry on, more research is being conducted, and every day and every hour we know a lot more about the virus. But what we certainly can confirm that the virus is extremely deadly. It's highly contagious and it spreads rapidly. So really, considering we've had now autumnal weather setting in, you know, with droplets surviving for longer in the air, with damp air being everywhere, we are facing huge threats, and people really need to be wearing masks and face coverings at all times, because even, you know, seriously thick scarves will make a big difference, because they'll prevent droplets from coming in or indeed going out in an environment which is otherwise fairly damp. And our friend says, I'm mainly playing PC and PlayStation 4 at the moment. Showrunner, Remnant for the Ashes, Pro Evolution Soccer. Very excited for both next-gen consoles. Absolutely. You know, the next-gen consoles are going to be staggeringly amazing, and I think they will be significantly different as well in terms of their provisions. You will find that PlayStation 4 will have amazing graphics and some really terrific exclusives, but they will not be including those on the streaming services, which means if you are on PS Now, you're not going to be getting them. You have to pay extras, and that is going to be very unpopular. The other thing is they have not really worked on the apps that enhance social interactivity, contrary to Microsoft, and they really spent a lot of time thinking on how to improve literally every single bit. And they really have this new thing that will be introduced through Game Pass, that will be like a special community of people being able to connect with each other, game specific and Game Pass specific. And also they massively enhanced the way you access and use the Microsoft Store in order to buy games. And I got to say, 2-3 years ago, PlayStation was beating them on the game prices, generally, but they really tweaked the whole thing, and getting the Division 2, the full game, which is incredibly big, for £3.50 is a fantastic deal. And they gave us also the Division 1 for free on Xbox this month. So in fact, they had obviously in mind the merger of EA Play with Xbox Game Pass. I'm paying £4 a month for EA Play, but I think it's from the 10th of November that will just disappear, and the games that are presently on EA Pass will be included as 60-70 extra games, and very good games of EA included on the Game Pass. So they really improved lots of different things in order to make it very user-friendly and accessible, because they see the dollar they see literally coming out of the Game Pass as they increase the number of people who are subscribing. And don't forget, it is a steady stream of income, and also making it accessible on all platforms. Being able to play Destiny on your tablet, on your phone, on your PC, on your laptop, all of it at once, is definitely going to be bringing in many more people who are very keen on that degree of, that type of subscription fee, really, which is a flat subscription fee of $10.99 a month. And also the service is superior to PS. On the PS they use, for some of the less well-known games, I think the servers that come from the developers. And I've got to say that, for instance, with Red Dead, which is a Rockstar game, number 1, yeah, there were some problems if I was doing them directly through the streaming services, and I'm not sure whether they tweaked it, but the game was not downloadable, so I had to be using the streaming services, and it was lagging a bit, and sometimes freezing, and you don't get that on Game Pass because everything can be downloaded, and therefore it's of absolute pristine quality. And just coming back to what you suggested, SnowRunner, I've heard, is a very good game, and also Remnant for the Ashes. Remnant is on Xbox Game Pass, but I've not tried it yet, and it looks like a really amazing game. But you know, my list is fairly lengthy, and you know, the trouble is that there are lots and lots of different games coming in and out at all times, so I have to be a bit selective. And I really kind of look forward to the instant streaming services on Xbox console, which are still not present, because when you need to download every single game, it does take a bit of time, right? And on PlayStation, that is basically for myself a tremendous advantage. I don't have to download every single game, so if I'm not interested in playing, just want to have a quick peek, I click on Stream Now and I can check out the game, you know, so it's very easy. And that is also coming to Xbox. The reason they've not introduced it before is monetary. They want to be counting the number of downloads, and people are forced to be downloading even if they don't want to play the game. So that really is increasing the value of the shares that the particular developer will have, because they'll say, oh, look how many people downloaded this game. Well, I just think that the Xbox Game Pass service is superior, and I really look forward to everything else to follow, really, to be frank. And Playmos says, I have fingers crossed for my pre-orders, and looking forward to going back to the Xbox ecosystem, as my kids have pinched my well, and I'm certain it will work fine. And also what's really good on Xbox is the smart delivery. Destiny will have smart delivery, and I think we are already getting some of that even on Xbox One. So any game that has smart delivery will be instantly automatically upgraded, or be made upgradable for the next gen console. So let's say you get your next gen console a bit later, and the game is then going to be automatically upgraded without any extra cost. I think that's very, very good. And the other thing I quite like, and I really dislike about PlayStation, is the backward compatibility, or the absence of it in the case of the latter, right? Xbox presently have more than 75% of the entire catalog on the backwards compatibility. It works perfectly well. I've tried it on many of my games, never any issues whatsoever, right? PlayStation do not do that. They want you to be buying the games yet again, and even if the games are offered on, you know, a low price, it just doesn't seem to be acceptable for me, you know, because I'm forced to be buying another game if I want to be playing it on the console. PlayStation 5 will not have backward compatibility. They'll be able to play some of the PlayStation 4 games, and they've not confirmed that that's going to be the case for all of them. So I would imagine AAA blockbusters and the big titles will be there, but nothing from PS3, PS2 or PS1. So that is a serious problem when you compare it to the Microsoft policy. Microsoft will have the entire catalog of every single game ever released on Xbox done through backward compatibility. And like myself, there are many people out there who were with Xbox from the day one, and we have very, very many, you know, games on discs. The only trouble I have, and I wrote to the Microsoft about this, is the trouble with the discs, right? So let's say if I'm having 200 games, for instance, on discs. When you stick the disc in, it will be showing up, it will be indicated that the game is loaded. But if you look at the list of the games, like the games that are owned, it will not be there. And also, if you were to be, for instance, wanting to play that game through xCloud, you will need to have that game, the disc of that game, in the console, and the console will have to be switched on. That's a serious problem. I'm hoping that Microsoft are going to resolve this as we carry on with xCloud, because principally, if you are copying all the content that we'll have on Xbox Project S console to the you're exporting it to xCloud, right? Then the idea is that wherever you are in the world, you will not need anymore your console to be with you, switched on, live and active. But you'll be accessing all that content through your xCloud account, right? So what happens to the games which we'd had on physical products, the discs. They will need to do away with the licensing, because they say the only reason you need to have the disc in is to basically prove that you're the legal owner of the game. Well, if you upload the game to xCloud, then surely we are going to be able to see that we are the legal owners, right? I've written to them about this, and I'm hoping that this will be resolved as part of that instant access. Otherwise, will be, I guess, defeated the purpose of it. And I kind of look forward to the views on this, because quite frankly, the older games that don't have major monetary value, the younger generation gamers, they will always want to have the latest, albeit sometimes maybe with some interest in revisiting. But CX are selling 360 and PS3 games for 50 pence, the vast majority. Some of them will be £1, £1.50, and special editions maybe a couple of quid, but that's just the status as it is today. And therefore, well, I mean, there are benefits if you are purchasing the same lot of games from Microsoft Store or from the PlayStation directly, because they will be, in some cases, upgraded to the console that you presently have, kind of this generation console, and also they'll have instant access through to the cloud, basically, a digital account which is out there. On the other hand, they will never offer you the games on a price which is 50 pence. The lowest prices I had with like EA games were like 250, and I can get the same game from CX for 50 pence. Well, it's not really a major difference, but if I, let's say 15-20 games, let's say by 20 games, that's 10 quid if you're at 50 pence each, or 20 pounds if they're £1 each. But if you're paying £2.50, well, that's going to be more expensive. So, you get the logic behind it. But they're still, and I have to say it for myself, they still coerced me into purchasing a couple of games which I really want to be playing irrespective of my location, just for the fact that I'll have them on my cloud. And that obviously is what I had to pay for. But to be fair, they offer lots of games for 99 pence, many games for free. We have also free game trials through Xbox weekends, so I can't really complain. I think it's a very good method, and they're really looking at the kind of Game Pass industry model, which means you'll be looking purely on the number of subscribers paying you a small amount, but you want the numbers to be unbelievably great, and therefore exceed the figures that otherwise would be made through the sales of the games individually. And I think that this is a very good tactic and very good strategies compared to the way the industry thought in the past. They had a very different viewpoint. If you remember the pricing strategies for vinyl records, first of all, then for CDs, after that for the DVDs and for the videos, they're always keeping the highest possible prices. In Britain it was like £16-17 average, and with the occurrence or the emergence of internet-based services, it was blatantly obvious to everyone that the prices would plummet, because A, you will have pirating, and B, there are going to be services offering the same on a very low price legally through the internet. So I'm not sure what they're waiting for, but 25 years later, some people actually finally had woken up and realized that offering subscription fees and providing the services like in Netflix and Amazon is the logical, the best way forward. And they're constantly increasing the numbers. But then don't forget, there's only that many people living on the planet. So if you're coming to the number like 4 billion, it is going to be difficult to push it above that figure. The subscribers or the users. And then there's going to be a problem with the investment. But still, it is the best possible way through which you can introduce films. And I talked quite a bit here on my channel, also to Film Dialogue, which is my other hub dedicated to film. I talked a lot about the exposure that some films are lacking. So have a phenomenal film like let me think, Dallas Buyers Club, you know, won an Oscar and it's like top notch, and they will not have a major marketing budget. It's like a quirky little indie film, and you go to cinema and you'll be the only person watching that film in cinema. And let's say if you watch 10 performances, you'll be every single time sitting there by yourself or with 2 other people. You place the film on Netflix, they have a nice trailer, they have something interesting written about the film, maybe a couple of good shots of the actors, and the access that people get to that film will be much greater. So you can see the benefits. And, you know, oh, we've got somebody else coming. No Will is here. Hello, how are you doing? We were just talking, myself and Playmore, about the current state of the industry. And thank you for joining us, No Will. And I can certainly tell you we are here cracking on with some parts of Shadowkeep. Destiny 2 arrived to Xbox Game Pass, and we are therefore streaming it and enjoying every single bit. So how is No Will? How are you doing? And whereabouts are you? Also, what games are you presently playing? You're doing Destiny 2 or Destiny 1 or Fallout or Red Dead, or what are your personal favorites? Right, I talked quite a bit. We had several friends popping in since we came live on air, and I think we'll look at some action. He is a bit hard to kill, isn't he? My grenade's not ready. Okay. Well, why is that I can't pick up this one? Oh, it's the engram's full. Okay, we'll get it probably from... Noble's saying I'm good, and I'm currently playing Destiny 2, Warzone, Rocket League, and Fortnite. Sounds very good, and that's quite a variety. You know, I had a couple of gamers coming in a little while back, and they told me, well, you're the first streamer that we've seen who's also playing Halo and Borderlands and Anthem, as well as Destiny and Elder Scrolls. They say it was like quite an uncanny mixture, and I thought, well, maybe, but really the reason for that is simple. Lots of people are streaming only one game in order to build a community which is built around a particular player preference, and it's very different if you are, for instance, doing Elder Scrolls or Destiny compared to the classical Battle Royale PvPs, you know, Warzone or PUBG, for instance. And I quite like a variety. I play all kinds of games, you know. I like, well, anything that's within a particular genre that's excelling within that domain. And let me see. Destiny 2 I played very extensively. As you know, I'm a Destiny veteran and also Destiny streamer. Warzone I played very extensively, particularly when it came out. I played alpha and beta of it, and I also had, was it beta? No, it wasn't alpha, it was beta. And the demos and various other things which were like a pre-release, pre-release features that were given to us, and then during its release during its release week I played it literally kind of back to back. So I would have done it maybe for about 3 weeks on the trot, and kind of massively rapidly progressed forward, but then I didn't really go back to it in view of my other kind of streams and priorities. And Warzone I really like. I think it's the best Battle Royale. PUBG used to be the best, but they have lots of problems with bots and many other technical issues. The game's lagging a bit, and you know, lots of people complained. It's gone really kind of off the radar somewhat compared to the way it was initially. And I think Fortnite's a great game, and it's very sociable with all the characters that are being brought in. What was the latest? It was the Marvel characters, wasn't it, that they're bringing in? I think it was absolutely terrific. And Rocket League I've not played. I'm not really into driving generally. I like driving when it's kind of fully integrated, like in Mafia or GTA, but overall the driving games are not really my cup of tea. And Noble's asking me, how are you doing? I'm doing very well. I'm loving my new setup here. I have a new setup with Bravia 55-inch TV, and enjoying Destiny 2 on this massive big screen. Also enjoying it with its inclusion on Xbox Game Pass. We acquired the full content. I had the full content on PlayStation. I didn't have the expansions here on Xbox, you know. So as I'm the ultimate subscriber, I've been able to access all the content immediately, and that's really terrific. Hence the cross-save. But I think Destiny will go cross-platform altogether. And they've not talked much about it, but that's certainly the intention of Microsoft's. They really want everyone to be playing Destiny 2 on tablets and phones and all sorts, you know, that because Destiny had replaced Halo Infinite for the release of the new console on the 10th of November, and I'm sure they have really lots of plans for that. There were some speculations that Microsoft were going to be buying Bungie, but it turned out to be Bethesda rather than Bungie, and I think it's good to see that their partnership and their connection had been kind of resurrected. And I certainly thought of that taking place when I heard from Bungie about the delay of Beyond Light, the delay that was kind of moved to 10th of November, because I knew the 10th of November was the day that Microsoft was angling also for their new Xbox release. So these are the current developments, and if you want to know what other games I'm presently doing, I've been doing A Plague Tale, which I find to be incredible, streamed it as well. I'm doing Night Call. It's a small indie game on Xbox Game Pass, and you learn all about the present and age Paris and France of today. It's just incredible. It really is. You learn all about it through various kind of bits of dialogue that the taxi driver is having with his customers. And then I played Red Dead Redemption 2 quite a bit, Black Desert Online, and what else? Well, Mass Effect and Assassin's Creed, the usual, you know, the old ones, which I from time to time revisit. We are going to be having Mass Effect here on my channel, but it's just a question of having enough time to fit everything in. I think very unlikely before the 10th or before Christmas, because Destiny 2 will have the major chunk here on the channel in view of all the development, and you know, they want Destiny to be like the game for the new generation. So they did say yesterday in the posting which I received from their community, the community leader at Bungie, he said that they're not telling us everything, but they are preparing a lot of interesting surprises that will come out week by week before the actual 10th of November release. So I'm quite certain there will be some other niceties coming our way. And Noble says, yeah, I think that PS4 and PS5 will be able to play together, and probably the Xbox X and S, but honestly I don't know much about that. Well, I think both services will have, you know, the same sort of provisions that are present today that will just enhance for next-gen consoles, and that will be the streaming services on PlayStation, namely PlayStation Now, and then Xbox Game Pass run by Microsoft for Xbox. And that's the future. That's the future of the business, whether people like it or not. And you will see that the number of physical copies of games will be downsizing, and they will be focusing on, first of all, pre-orders, people ordering well in advance, and by that I mean anything from 6 to 10 months in advance. And then they'll have lots of pre-release niceties coming our way, alphas, betas, demos, you know, kind of excerpts from the game, and they will also want people to be more involved in the final version of the game, which is what we've seen with quite a number during the last kind of 2 years. And it's all going down the digital route, so it's easy access, instant access on any platform. That's number one. Cross-platform access, it's number two. And then also the next-gen resolution quality, which is, I guess, a collateral. Everyone will need to make games that will be compatible with those new systems. And you know, for anyone who's a cross-platform gamer, if you play games on PS, on Xbox and PC, you have plenty of fun. Never ever has there been a better time to be engaging with our favorite games. But there's one thing I need to tell you. Are you also an Assassin's Creed fan? Have you played Assassin's Creed? No, Will. I'm quite curious. Do you like the game? And by that I mean any of the installments. They already have about, what is it, 9 or 10. I'd be quite curious to hear. Well, if you are a fan of Assassin's Creed, the biggest news is that Assassin's Creed Valhalla, the biggest game in the franchise ever researched and created, that will come out in November, will be available on Xbox Game Pass from the day one. So it's quite interesting because EA generally were not supplying them with early games and early access, but as they struck a partnership with EA Play, you know, obviously not sure whether it'll stay there for long, but certainly it is going to be accessible to the Game Pass on the day of its release, and that is absolutely terrific. I mean, I watched on Ubisoft Forward some of the gameplay and some vidocs, some introductions by the development team. And for anyone who is British, or somebody who is English, or somebody who is, like, you know, fully embedded within our country, you're just going to love the game, because this is a game about the history of England. You know, the way we kind of managed to defeat the Vikings and create one section of the country as we know it. And it's incredibly well researched. They have all the knights and all the earls and, you know, the noblemen, as well as the armies and the kings. It's going to be like a proper encyclopedia of, you know, who's who, so to speak, in that environment. And visually, it is absolutely mouth-watering. The gameplay was very exciting, but I didn't really want to watch more of it because it would spoil the pleasure. I mean, it's a massive game as well, you know, such a tiny little snippet of what happens at the beginning that they were giving us, but still, it just seemed like a really beautifully researched, wonderfully delivered major AAA blockbuster. And also to be able to access the premium edition on the day one on that flat subscription fee is extraordinary, because other people pay £80-90 for it, you know. So our friend says, yeah, I played it but don't really like the game. Well, fair enough, but it's one of the biggest games of the decade, Valhalla. And if you played the installments and the games that preceded the last two, so that would be, what is it, Odyssey and Origins, right? One about Greece, the other about Egypt, then you would have faced a somewhat different concept. They really had developed it with the last two, and I think the third one will be the most advanced. So even if you dislike the early games, I'm sure you'll find something of interest in the latter ones. What I liked about Odyssey, for instance, was that section where it was a bit like a museum, and you were able to learn everything about ancient Greece. And you talk to characters, and they were like your guides. You know, you're going to different places that tell you about the Acropolis, that told you about some of the philosophers, some of the noblemen, some of the important people in the hierarchy. And it went so far that with one of the updates, they were able to run a proper educational content, which presently is used in the Greek schools. You know, they're actually learning from the game about the history of their own country, and that's phenomenal. I mean, I'm hoping that they'll do this with Valhalla, but I have to rename it so we can stick it in our schools in England. You know? We'll have to see whether it happens. Right, so what is before us? Well, for all of you who played the game, you'll know what we need to tackle, but let's just get on with some action, shall we? So good to see some of our friends popping in and saying hello, really grateful. I had a bit of a quiet time during the recent months, I have to admit, as I kind of refrained from Destiny streams and I played other games, and didn't have many of our veterans popping in. But there we are, we're back to Destiny, and truly exciting times ahead of us. We know it all with the new expansion and all that is to follow in November. Oh, look at this. Definitely, okay, that worked. That super worked. So that's good. Okay, so what's next? Picked up loads of bounties, you know, and many of them really require eliminations of those nightmares. But mind you, the bosses are quite tough to kill. In this section. So we are on the last leg of this. And then hopefully we'll get all the essences. Look at this panoramic view is incredible. Okay, so let me see. What do we do? No, I'll die if I jump here. And here. Okay, maybe I've gone the wrong way. Let's see. No, I did not. This is the only way. Yeah, actually the leap was pretty good. I thought it was a really wide distance that I will not be able to jump this far, but I was mistaken. This hand cannon is really, really good. Sunshot. Okay. What's particularly good about it is it has these explosive rounds, and sometimes you can literally eliminate several enemies at once, as they will be exploding after being hit. Who is annoying me in there? One of those nightmares. Look at this. Olga. Surprised that nightmare died so quickly. Oh, he's gone, okay. Okay, so these ones have been eliminated. Super's charged. I've got a couple of perks in there that are helping me to get quicker kind of super recharge. It's on my helmet. And that helmet is definitely my favorite. Just remember always to be increasing discipline and energy and everything, and make sure you're wearing a kit that's automatically beefing it up. Well, well. Loads of nightmares in here. Well, I'm doing alright though. Look at this. It's like a maggot. Some sort of worm. I've got to admit, I really love the way the game looks today compared to the original launch of the sequel. It's much enhanced, much improved, and that's probably one of the reasons as to why they also want to withdraw the planets, because I thought some of the planets were not properly worked on. They really looked cheap, you know, with the environment, and some of those were tweaked a bit as we went on because lots of people complained. Still, if you compare this moon with, for instance, Io or Nexus, you really can tell the difference. And don't forget, this moon was created by the original Bungie team, whilst I believe the next scenario were not. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but that's just what I've gathered from some of the in-depth analysis that we were having here. Oh, there we are. Yeah, I can see as to why people are a bit annoyed that we were coming back to these areas. Because these are some of the best strikes of Destiny 1. But eventually Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 will become one big game. Right. Played this strike many times in Destiny 1. Yeah, he's menacing. I was caught in there. Go away. I was caught in there.
That's the nightmare of Foga.
There was something in the wall. I'm not sure what it was. Oh, it's this pile in here. Get away from there as quickly as possible. There's too many enemies. It's funny, but they're not really attacking me whilst I'm flying. Nightmares. I'm too exposed in there. Shouldn't really strive to get there, I don't think. Stuck in there again. Look at this. Don't know why. Well, I really do need my super. For whatever reason, my super's a bit slow coming at the moment. Weird. again. Oh, you killed me again! Ugh, I'm stuck in there again. That's too bad, really. Ah, well. Cup of tea, I think. Let me just see. I probably need a better weapon. There's one thing I forgot to use, was my sword, and my sword would have been very, very mighty in there with those enemies, so this is what we'll have to remember.
That's the Nightmare of Fogar. Let's get it.
I was killed so fast. Yeah, I went too close to the ogre. Fair enough. Fair enough. Now we know what we should not be doing.
That's the Nightmare of Fogar. Let's get it.
I don't believe it. Why am I glued to him? Our friend's asking, do you know by any chance when Trials of Osiris comes to Destiny 2? Well, actually they already had Trials of Osiris, and I think they probably were trying it. I'm not sure whether it's still there. Let me just have a look whether it's still there or not. They might have removed it, because I've heard there were some things that didn't really quite work. So let me just quickly have a look. Yeah, they've gone. Well, I think it's likely that it'll come together in a package for Beyond Light. They did have it for a while, and I'm not so sure whether this was part of the seasonal content or what, but it was there for a little while, early in the year. It was part of the Crucible, so you have a big section in there for you to access, and you would have to have your mates on board. You had to have a fully equipped team in order to enter it, and it was very popular. So I think my assumption is it'll probably come together with Beyond Light, but that's not been confirmed as yet. They said they have lots of surprises for us, so we need to, just need to wait and see. he is mighty. He is a lot more powerful than that Oiga in Destiny 1. You know, the actual strike, the activity is identical, but the beast has been tweaked somewhat and he's a bit stronger. To all of you who are familiar. The jumps, in fact, have been slowed down somewhat, because when I'm pressing my A button, I'm not really going down as quickly as I should. Oh, I missed him. I didn't miss him. Well, that's odd, because he was on the other side of that rock. This looks like a sweet spot. Well, this is annoying because I had my super. No, I did have my super earlier. But now he's immune. I need to eliminate all of the nightmares. Let me see. He's not immune anymore. Oh, he's immune now. Okay, we still did manage to hurt him. So that's good. He is angry. He's immune. Heavy ammunition. I'm out. Careful not to get killed now. Let's see, is this going to be fortunate or not? Need another super. still standing. I don't believe it. Just a bit more and the super will be back. Come on, super, hurry up. He is destroyed. He is destroyed.
No more, Iris.
And we grow stronger yet.
Well, that's awesome. That is awesome. I was able to do it. Good, good, very good. So we'll go back to Eris and talk to her and see whether we can get some of the goodies. I also need to double check my bounties and all other quests. So that's the thing to do. In fact, we can do that, I guess, now, whilst we are still traveling. Quests. Bounties. Yep, we've got some completed, so that would be orbs of light generated, and then this would be grenades. All good. Shadowkeep. Okay. Well, our friend Noel, do you know where Horned Wreath is? Because I couldn't find it yesterday. And I simply can't remember. Lost sectors and EDZ. We need to do that as well. Alright. Automatic rifle kills, not many. Fallen defeated. Okay, so that's probably what we'll do next. We'll do a bit of fallen hunting on the moon. Yeah, for all of you watching, do you know where that wreath is? Because I couldn't remember it yesterday. Horned Wreath found. So that must be, let me think. Oh, in the chamber of night. Okay. Okay, the chamber of night. We need to go. We need to go to the chamber of night. So that's probably what I'll do next. Okay. Sounds good. And this was ferocious, and this ogre. We played that so many times as part of Nightfall Strikes in Destiny 1. I'm sure you're familiar if you're a regular viewer.
Phantoms.
We did have many of those.
Let us begin.
And always played with our friends. Always had 2 other people on board.
It is yours.
Okay, so we need to be, well, there's 2 or 3 things that we need to do. First of all, I'll have a look at that wreath. Okay, the Chamber of the Night, I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah, the Chamber of Night to cleanse this essence. Chamber of Night. So what we'll do is we'll just undo this and undo that, right? To make sure we're getting our pointer. Let me see. These 2. I nearly went into the hole now.
Where are you?
Mind you, we probably could do this as well. Or not, maybe. No, I want to get that wreath first. I need to find out where it is. Yeah, we don't have the full armor yet, so we can't really go there. Anchor of light. Collect the horn wreath in the chamber of night to cleanse this essence. No.
I bide my time. Why are you? This will challenge you, Guardian. Embrace it.
Wondering what we have there. Okay.
Mind the spells here, Warlock.
Alright, so I think what we'll do is we'll take a short break. I've just seen that we've been streaming now for 2 hours. And I'll have a cup of tea, relax a bit, have a breath of fresh air, and then we'll come back. And after that, we'll carry on with our task, which is to get the wreath from the Chamber of Night. So stay with us, we'll be back in 5.
I bide my time. Why are you here? The tower was a monument to lies, a false security that sapped the hope from all who stood upon it. What have you seen? Shadows surround us, Guardian. Speak. I tire of trying to convince others of my sanity. I see shadows following in your wake. Quickly now. Do you feel it, Warlock? Echoes of the Traveler's pain. What troubles you? Come forward. Ask Ikora of the Hidden one day, Warlock. You may be surprised what she says. Have you come with bad news? It is as the Queen said. Have you come with bad news? Do not startle me. I might hurt you. What have you seen? What brings you all this way, Guardian? You yearn to learn more, Warlock, as I do. If I can hear the words of the dead, am I dead as well? Welcome, Warlock. Your thoughts are loud. Please do not crowd me. Tell me your news. Did Zavala send you? He does not trust me. Yes, Guardian?
There we are, my friends. We are carrying on with our action, activities and adventures in Destiny 2 on Xbox Game Pass. So if you're ready, we'll crack on. I was trying to find out really where that horn was, but for some reason I'm not getting any indicators. So if anyone knows, anyone amongst our viewers on various platforms, just tell us. Send us a message on Twitch or Twitter or by email. Make our life a lot easier. And just want to admire the view for a little while. Oh, this ship's gone now. I thought it was like mine. Looked very similar. Right, so we've been here, we've seen all of that. I wonder what this is. This tiny orange chair, like a deck chair. Well, it'd be useful if we could just sit down and use that laptop or that computer. But you know what? We can't. So because we can't, we need to focus on something else. And that something else is that wreath. Let me just have a look at the moon yet again. Anchor of light. We actually can go there and do a bit of that. But before we do a bit of altar, we can do altar every single day. It's really very exciting. It's a greatly entertaining activity, and we also want to see what we need to do for our bounties. So it's a melee defeats. That's odd. It looks like it didn't really count. We eliminated lots of enemies in those catacombs, but must be on the surface, right? Nightmares. Find the lost sector K1 communion, dispel the nightmare within. Kinetic weapon, streaks. Archer's line. Well, why not? We'll try. We'll go to the altars and try to complete some of those. Okay, we'll put our marker in there. Go to the altar. You're familiar. There's usually a group of 6 to 9 players trying to defeat all the nightmares and the bosses at the end, and then really get into level 6. I think it's level 6. Tier 6. Where are the chaps? Let's see. That. Okay. There we are. Proceed to next altar quickly. And there's a lost sector in there. Okay. Tier 2. nearly got me. This was close. That was awesome. It really was. Super did it all. See to the next altar. Come on, lads. Crack on. Oh, look at him. Oh, he's immune. Oh, that's awesome. Tier 3 by the looks of it. So that's good. Oh, they're gone. Oh, what was that? Sniper. Oh, I don't have any more heavy ammunition, that's annoying. Yeah, he's got his good weapon. It's a good laser weapon. It's like sleeper simulant. Man, where's the nightmare? Where is he? Oh, there he is. Next altar. Tier 5. Okay. Well, this is a fierce activity really, and we are progressing towards the last altar, tier 6. So I was indeed correct. Oh no. Well, still a few more to eliminate. To eliminate 2 more nightmares. Oh, go away. Thank you. Oh, okay, cool. It's just the one last altar left, tier 6, I think it is. This is the one. Oh, Tanix. We're nearly there. That was really eliminating Tanix at the last minute, last second, in fact. Down to like last 15 seconds. I thought we were gonna waste the whole thing. Thank you. Wow, look at this. Exploding throws coming from everywhere. Oh no, 6 of them. Boo. Thank you. That was close. You know, this is happening so fast that sometimes I can barely see. I hate those throws, they cause me so many difficulties in Destiny 1. Wizards destroyed. We need to destroy these wizards. Loot. Strange. Got to run away from these exploding throws, they're deadly. And they look a bit like my helmet. That was close. Came too close, really. Shouldn't have done. It's my own fault. Well, they had exploding heads and I had exploding rounds, so that's pretty good. Team effort. Reviving all the time, which is really cool. Really like to see that. Well, it's all about the team effort, that's the fact. In here you can't win otherwise. No team effort, no win. Just losses everywhere. You get killed straight away. How on earth did I survive? This is a miracle. what was going on in there. That's no fun. Well, we're all getting killed, unfortunately. Oh, we've done him. Okay, cool. Apostate we picked up, so that's really cool. And we are not going to be doing altars anymore, so that's finished for now, for today. And definitely it was really good fun. 6 tiers, and sometimes you get stuck on one of those, but you know, a very good team, really good team effort. Everyone was helping each other, had good weapons, and what I like about it is that we were all reviving each other at all times. Okay, so we need to be looking at what? Chamber of Sorrow. Is it Chamber of the Night or the Chamber of Night? I think that was the one. No, I'm not going to do that again. Okay, so we need to get away from here to see what we accomplished. Let's see, what is that we completed, if anything? Yes, we did complete some bounties. Hand cannons, streaks, arc damage, so that's all cool. Let's see, did I get anything from the season? Possibly. I'm not getting anything from it for some reason. Why? Don't get it. Maybe I've just completed everything that was given for free. No, that's quite incorrect. It's this that I need to pick up. Hold fast boots. So we'll have a look at his hold fast boots. In fact, I do want to sit down now for a minute, for a little while, whilst we are figuring out what to do next. You'll be familiar that I always play my shooters standing, so that's the reason. Well, nice to have a bit of respite. Right, so in here, piece of armor not created, horn wreath found, not found, nightmares defeated in EDZ, activities completed, machine gun kills, activities completed, patrols, I guess, public events will do, fallen defeated on the moon. What is there? Just bear with me, I need to readjust my seat. Bear with me. There we are, all done. And I can relax nicely, and then we'll look at look for some events in here, right? Let's see where these events are. Well, it is a bit of a slow grind, needs to be said. That we don't want anymore. That we don't want anymore either. Okay, so there's one here. Public event incoming. Where is it? There. Found it. How long is it? "25 seconds. Not a long wait. Oh, there are the chaps in there waiting. These are the chaps over there with me, actually. Hello. Well, no one's interested in my dancing skills.
The Hive have begun another ritual, but they will not complete it. We will see to that.
Where is it? Didn't see you. A bit too far. Oh, complete already. That was too fast. The boss was gone too quick. Okay. Need to click on the other ones in order to be displayed there. Switch them off as I thought we'd get our marker, but we did not get any of that. Hang on. Essence of Greed, machine gun kills, ethereal charms found. Okay, so machine gun kills, we need to equip a machine gun. Right, so let me see whether I've got one. I think I kept one of those. Pulse rifle. Okay. Auto rifle, submachine gun. What was this? Oh yeah, that was the sniper rifle I picked up. Pulse rifle. 101. Hang on. No, we did get some better gear as well, so that's 1004 escape velocity. Not even sure when I picked it up, but that's pretty good. And then in here, okay, these are 2s. Oh, we got the, I believe just one of them, just in case. 1001, that's 1002. I don't think I've got another upgrade module. That's correct, I do not have it at the moment. We'll keep these, and that's it's just 1 point up, so that's not very significant, is it? Go to another event. Just a second, there's something wrong in there. Someone's screaming, Mayday! It's one of those patrols. No, right into the hole. Well, I wasn't really killed by architects, it was just plain and simple suicide in here. Doing something so silly. Tried to race, but it didn't work. Is this the hole again? Yeah, maybe. I don't believe I've gone to the same hole again. That's frustrating. Wait a minute, where is this event? No, it's gone. Probably started already. Yeah. There's a chest in there. Okay. Loot! I like collecting loot. No wonder this game's called Loot and Shooter. Right. Need to see whether this machine gun is being... Oh! Look at that! The fall will kill you. Picked up a quest up in there. Alright. Got him. Oh, there. Alright. What is going on? Oh, he's immune. Go away. Oh, I should have remembered, these are exploding shanks. Yeah, that's similar to Destiny 1. I don't think I have a weapon that's going to be good enough. Shank exploded. Right. Let's see if this is going to work better. Unlikely, I think. So what's happened to my super? Go away. Didn't see anything. It's gonna be over. Well, we didn't really complete it. Getting some glimmer for our trouble. Oh, there's a chest in there, semi-hidden. So what did we complete, if anything? Not much, really. It's a lengthy grind. Exotics. Talk to Banshee. Sight, shoot, repeat. Okay, we've got it all there now. That's pretty good. I need to look into this. Some exotic weapons. You never are going to be short of quests in here. Always getting some to do. I know there's so many. Right, so Essence, Nightmares defeated. Nightmares defeated in one gun. Lost sectors in European Dead Zone, Titanessa Sanaya. Okay. Fallen defeated, 57. Okay, so that's quite good. Activities completed, 94. Another. Go and do another world event. Still about half hour left here. Okay. Yeah, I've gone to the area which is giving me instant death. Thanks to my own stupidity. Okay, so where do I want to go actually? Man, this weapon has massive recoil. We need to tweak it a bit. Oh, he's getting away, is he? Right, so let me see. Why is this weapon have such massive recoil? We need to use some mods. I don't think I modded it. I didn't do anything to it. So that's the most likely reason. Medium zoom, range increased, okay. What's this? Anti-barrier rounds. So they should be able to punch the defenses with ease. Minus perks. Okay. Appearance. Weapon cosmetics. Let me see. Maybe this one, huh? Yeah, it looks cool. I like that. So apply. Crucible Legacy. Well, we like playing Crucible here in Destiny 2. I much prefer it to Destiny 1, I have to admit. Right, so what's this? 1001. Ross Liz's. Just keep this one. For minor upgrades, good idea to keep it. Okay, so next. No, it's just completely wrong. This whole area is not really particularly friendly. Yeah, now it seems to be working a bit better.
I can't hold them anymore!
Oh, it's up there. Okay.
There's no hope!
All is lost.
I really like this inclusion of those fallen guardians there for the patrols. I really like that. It's really cool. And it can easily tie in all the activities in patrols with the story. And I think that's the idea. So that's much improved compared to just picking up a beacon and then grinding. There you will be grinding, but you'll be also learning something about the story through those guys. Right, the event is about to start.
Light is fading.
Well, there isn't anybody else to join me, so sorry about that, really.
That just fell out of the sky. Whatever intel it contains belongs with us.
Could you really fall
Guardian.
directly on my head?
All is lost.
that is not really good. Oh, this wretched gas. Let's quickly destroy that.
Dark.
Where did this shrieker come from? Out of the blue.
It's hunting me.
Ah, cool. Well, this is a lengthy event, I mean, it needs to be said. Nah, it's just too far, really.
Dark.
And I get killed as well, that's unfair. So where's our friend? Has he gone? Oh, look, the wretched thing's there. That shrieker yet again, I don't believe it. Oh, he got me as well. That's really too sad. So I think should have really completed that bounty. Well, it's not actually a bounty, it's a quest step.
So cold.
Future Imperfect we picked up. Alright, let's do some glimmer. It's funny. The other glimmer will be hard to reach there in that abyss. I'm not going to be trying it.
My ghost.
Make sure you always collect your glimmer. Right, so let's have a look. we've got that bounty also completed. So that was the Fallen on the Moon. Only 65 out of 100. I don't believe it. It's really not particularly great. Machine gun kills nil. Oh, it's in Temple of Croita. I see. I need to go to Temple of Croita. Automatic rifle kills. Okay, we probably can complete this. Just need to change my weapon. Just a second. Submachine gun. Oh, I see. I put it in the vault. That's a bit silly. I guess we can just stick that pulse rifle in there, and then in here we'll put Cerberus back on. Okay. Should be able to get this really quickly in here.
There's no hope!
So about 2 or 3 kills in that, I think it was. Glimmer! That's not bad. Oh, he's there as well. Oh, I see. Harmony we picked up. Alright. Some extras. Wait a minute, I need to just see whether... Well, my Cerberus is mighty, but does have a bit of recoil. Right, let's have a look at the achievements there. Fallen defeated, speak to Banshee. Okay, so that's good. Captive cord. Collect the captive cord in the lunar battlegrounds to cleanse this essence. Well, let's see, where's he gone? Rotting away. Alright. Looks like my handiworks. Yeah, wait a minute, I need to see whether this is what I need to be doing, otherwise it's going to be just wasting my time. Fallen defeated on the moon. Activities completed, machine gun kills. Right, so I completed all of this, but captive cord found. Collect the captive cord in the lunar battlegrounds to cleanse this essence. So where would that be? Does anyone know? If you do know, then just type and let me know. Because you can see each one of them will require a collection of some sort. Essence of Vanity, Horned Wreath needs to be collected in the Chamber of Night, but I need to find it. So where's the Chamber of Night? Does anyone know? Lunar Battlegrounds. It must be here, but oh, I got some more loot. Okay. In addition to being properly tied into the story, they're also drawing attention, so each one of those patrol beacons becomes very audible compared to the way it was, so that's quite good. I'm just racking my brains thinking what to do next, because I need to get my gear, and no, I completed this. I can bring it back to my old weapon. I don't have to. Well, let me see. Grenade launcher, scout rifle. Okay, put back on that submachine gun. And here I will bring back our sunshot. Right, so that's all in order. But yeah, I'm stuck a bit, really. Defeat the 3 remaining. Essence of fear, isolation.
Scouts report a fallen ether catch in the area. A resupply run.
Essence of
Put a stop to
isolation.
it.
Essence of pride. Okay, essence of isolation. Fallen defeated on the moon. Okay, we can probably do that. Need to find them now.
Is anyone there? Come in!
Come to the sanctuary, but
Banish yourselves. Let us begin.
no, there's nothing for us to do here.
There are too many of them!
Keep ready.
Go to the temple. Loading for a little while.
I shall be your Virgil once again.
James Clancy. Okay, just bear with me to sort something.
Mayday!
Greetings, Pawn of the Queen.
Fallen Arsenal catch detected. It's en route to your sector. Crush them.
I apologize, I had my comms off whilst I was getting that cup of tea. Don't know why that happened, but I just said that we really were striving towards the completion of this Essence of Isolation by the end of the broadcast. We're going to be ending literally within 5 minutes, and I was able to complete, so that's really quite a good ending. For a moment I thought I was having an empty run in there, you know, but it wasn't the case really. So we've got Cleansed Essence of Isolation, the Lectern of Enchantment rumbles with energy and provides you with gear to fight against the nightmares and the pyramid. That all is to follow, of course, but this is the third piece of gear that we are getting, Dreambane Armor, and that's Dreambane Gloves. So what's quite good is we have some other items in there that could be infused, and we'll bring it to like 1001 level. Pick this up. What's this? Essence of Isolation. I think I've got these already. Right, let me see. So we have 2 pieces so far. Dreambane Bond, Dreambane Boots, and then now we have Dreambane Gloves. Okay. So we need the chest piece and we need a helmet. So that is all to follow. This is the one that will infuse, but I don't think I have the necessary elements there. Upgrade module. Right, no problem. We need to go back to the tower in any case. So that's all sorted. And we'll just travel back to the tower. No? What was that? Dreambed armor pieces created. 1 out of 3. Okay. So that will be a task for another day. At least we completed one of them today, so that's quite good. We'll go back to destinations.
The eyes of Christus Ariana was a soothing voice.
Tower is our destination. We'll do a bit of admin and we'll call it a day. So there we are. We are returning back to the base. So, and we need to speak to Banshee and sort out our kit. So we'll speak to Banshee and then we'll pick up one of those enhancement cores in order to infuse, so that's good. All of our Dreambed armor will be within the range of 1002, so I'm happy about it. And then we'll carry on with our adventure tomorrow from 2 o'clock. Our Destiny streams are present here on my channel between 2 PM and 6 PM on everyday basis, so hope you guys are enjoying. Destiny 2 coming to you from Xbox Game Pass, introduced to the service on Tuesday night, and we've had it already for our 3 consecutive days in a row, here with all of our adventures presently doing Shadowkeep. And as you know, on the 10th of November our new expansion will come our way, and that is going to be Beyond Light. I'm feeling a bit tired now. Don't know why. Not done anything very much. Must be the weather outside with all that rain, mist, misery, damp, in addition to this dreadful, ghastly pandemic, which is again rising in our country. And so good to have my setup in here, which is giving us really very enhanced gaming privilege to be able to enjoy Destiny 2 on a very, very large 55-inch screen, and beautiful colors and everything else. And it's my latest upgrade. It's like my new partner, you know, it's incredible. I remember a friend of mine bought a handmade Rickenbacker a little while back, and she said she was sleeping with it. It was so important, so valuable to her. Well, I feel a bit the same. But this is a very large telly, so, you know, somewhat different compared to her Rickenbacker. Let me see what we've got there.
Checking.
Essence of Fear. Okay.
Done, done, done.
This one we don't need. We don't need that either. So that's all good.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then we can go and talk to our friend Master Rahul.
What can I do for you, Warlock?
How come that he hasn't got any of it?
We live in dangerous times, Guardian.
Always something new at Eververse.
Yeah, I need to go and speak to Banshee, that's fair enough. Hive defeated on the moon, okay. All sorts of essences that need collecting and completing. There we are.
Let's get started.
So I need to get my enhancement core first of all, right? Oh, I've got this exotic, look at that. Oh, I got Mitre Multi-Tool, that's really cool. This is a really good weapon. Scout rifle, which is very deadly. I know for certain that lots of my friends here are using it in the Crucible. It's one of the favorite weapons in Destiny 1. The fall will kill you, that is it. Had to pare down some of the weirder features. Still works as a stellar sextant, cable splitter, avionics tool, pneumatic drill, compass aligner. Anyway, enjoy the gun part. Well, we obviously are going to be accepting it, and impact is considerable, handling is really very fast as well as reload speed. 200 rounds per minute, magazine of 16, accepting. So this is excellent, and we want to be purchasing upgrade module, but we don't have enhancement cores. Oh, well, we need to probably dismantle some of the weapons. Enigma's Draw we picked up as well, so we're being handsomely rewarded. What's this? Boss spec, okay. So you got boss spec, I wonder what I need to put it on, we'll find out. Let me see if there's anything that I can get rid of in there. I don't think there is, in fact, because I need to look in the vault. Well, this is a bit tricky. Kinetic weapons, it's 1002, we don't really need it. Enigma's Draw, 1000, okay. $1,003, okay. Future Imperfect. Pulse rifle. Picked up quite a few of these, I'm happy, that's quite good. Can also use them. Now we are out. Excuse me. See the silver wings. $1,001, that's 2. Okay. And then what else do we have left? It's lagging badly. Enhancement core. Okay.
Make us proud.
Should be able to get some of them from certain weapons. Let me see for any doubles, and I definitely have some doubles here in the vault. It's for certain. 10 paces, as you could see. So dismantled. That's what I wanted. They're random, so sometimes you pick them up, sometimes you don't. You see in here we have better devils and better devils. The old-fashioned. Keep the one that has better light levels. As you can see, we are getting a few more. Smuggler's Word, 750. It's quite a good weapon. $750, $964. 953. Yeah, I need to do this at some other point. Okay. So we've got enough in order to infuse, and that's exactly what we want to do right at the end. So that's exactly what we are going to be proceeding with. Dreambane gloves need to be infused to a much higher power level, and we'll use, let me see, we'll use 1004, I think. Yeah, that's right. I forgot, I need to purchase my upgrade model from Banshee, of course. That's what we were to do earlier.
Nice shooting out there. Good.
Okay, so we've got 2 of these, and we are going to be keeping the other for another piece that hopefully we shall get tomorrow. Right, so we have Dreambane gloves, and we'll infuse that with 1004. There we are. So Dreambane gloves 1004, as you could see, proudly displayed here, and we'll take a screenshot of this as well, and then also we'll go back and we'll take a screenshot of our other items, and those are first of all Dreambane Bond, the first one acquired. And then the third piece that is still in our possession is Dreambane boots. So it's the boots, we got those today. Don't see them too well in there, I must admit, but we'll take another screenshot of this. The idea is we share our Dreambane armor, all we acquired today, with our friends worldwide, and we'll share that here on Xbox Live. First of all, it's automated, so it gets shared through the overall feed, and then later we'll pitch it for Destiny game community, and lots of Destiny gamers are there examining other people's activities, so it's always good to connect. Alright, so I think we've come to the end of our time for today, so thanks very much for watching, and thanks for being here for our broadcast throughout the afternoon. Hope you enjoyed our activities, had plenty of fun. First of all, there has been a lot of discussion between myself and a couple of our Destiny veterans. After that, we engaged with fierce battles on the moon, completed a couple of quests, did the altars activity, and right towards the end we completed one of the essences. I think it was the essence of fear. Consequently, we managed to get our third piece of Dreambane armor. So, hope you enjoyed all you've seen, hope you enjoyed our discussions. Tomorrow we'll be back with our Destiny adventures at 2 o'clock PM, 1400 hours, for our usual stream, which will last roughly until 1800 hours, 6 o'clock PM, and I look forward to seeing you all there. And